do one final sweep.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being here in time. I was not. Terrible sorry. Well, it's an international day on a Friday evening in Brussels.
Evening.
International day. Oh, yeah, evening. No.
Morning.
Morning. Sorry. That explains everything. Thank you very much to all of you.
He only has a small role today.
I'm exhausted. Fernando is exhausted already.
Yeah, need to start the conversation today and close the event today. Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome all. Today we start our third day at the fourth Symposium on Innovation for Sustainable Development of the inno4sd network in collaboration with our partners and supporters, the UNU-EHS, Future Earth, the Japan Science and Technology Japan Science and Technology Office, the Green Growth Knowledge Platform, and with the support for the Parliament Day of Parliamentarian Hebrandi. We are today here for a day more interactive, full of discussions. We have an agenda with, again, interesting keynotes, and then we want to build an agenda so we can start working in solutions and actions. That's why policies and partnerships are so important. Today, I will leave the floor to Marialuisa Tamborra from the European Commission, who will give us a keynote on what the European Commission is doing on research and innovation.
Thank you very much. Yes, it works. So I have the pleasure to introduce to you the proposal made by the Commission on Horizon Europe. Why am I saying the proposal? Because this is a proposal tabled by the Commission, but that is now under negotiation with the different institutions, the European Parliament and the Council. So it's a proposal. It means it's going to change in slightly, maybe some issues a little bit more substantially, but I will refer here predominantly to the proposal. Maybe I can say a couple of things that are already more or less agreed to be changed. Now, Horizon Europe is, let me get familiar with this. Horizon Europe is the EU framework program for research and innovation that will start in 2021 until 27. It is 100 billion envelope for the program. It means that it's been decided already in the long-term financial budget that we will have 100 billion for this framework program, which means it's one of the few instruments that has been increased compared to the past. So it's been recognized that research and innovation are very essential. And why? Why? Because we need research and innovation to support a Europe that protects, that empowers, and that defends. So this is, as Jean-Claude Juncker, our president, said in the State of the Union speech a couple of months ago. Of course, the program is also aimed at tackling global challenges, such as supporting a forward-looking climate policy. And with this, we have a target in terms of expenditure of 35% of the budget that will be for climate-related research and innovation. Also, it will, across the board of the program, there will be the aim to contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. But of course, at the same time, one of the main objectives of research and innovation is also to contribute to competitiveness and growth and jobs. So basically here I would like to say Europe is, despite it represents like 7% in terms of population of the world, it accounts for 20% of R&D, and also 1/3 of high, peer-reviewed, high-level publications. So it has a great potential in terms of knowledge generation, but it fails in providing the extra mile for uptaking into the market. So we have to work this a little bit more substantially, how to make the transfer from research and innovation to the market, and to solve societal challenges at the same time. So we have different objectives, as I said, to improve scientific and technological basis, to boost innovation capacity, competitiveness, and jobs, and also, as I said, to deliver on citizen priorities and sustain our economic and social system and our values. So it has a broad set of objectives, which are also societal, and I will get back to it when I refer to the structure of the program. In fact, we used to say Horizon Europe is not a revolution, is an evolution of Horizon 2020, which is the present program for research and innovation. The idea is to create a European research and innovation landscape that is conducive to create and diffuse knowledge, to strengthen the impact of research for supporting EU policies, and also to support innovation, as we said, and including breakthrough innovation. So, as I said, it's not a revolution. Why? Because you will find in Horizon Europe the same 3 pillar structures that you can see here. So you have one pillar, it's about blue sky research. Renzo already highlighted very quickly, no? This blue sky research, which is composed of the European Research Council, all the mobility program, bursaries, and research infrastructures. The second pillar is what we call the, well, now societal challenges. In Horizon Europe, it will be global challenges and industrial competitiveness, which includes 5 different clusters. Now in the negotiation, it might be that they will become 6, but nonetheless, the content is not very different. It's just a split of one of those. So these clusters respond to an agenda that is set by society. So the agenda is, whereas in Pillar 1 is mainly driven by researchers, here in Pillar 2, it will be driven also by different societal actors, including the citizens. So we have health, one of the pillars, inclusive and secure society, digital and industry, climate, energy and mobility, and food and natural resources. These are the main clusters. And broadly speaking, they have a quite broad spectrum, which aims at contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, but in a more comprehensive way and not tackling them one by one, but in a holistic way. Well, you will notice here there is also some budget that is for our own research institute, which is called the Joint Research Institute Center. Some of you may know it. And then the third pillar, this is the one that is aimed at supporting breakthrough innovation through what our commissioner calls, Carlos Moedas, he calls it, he introduced it as the European Innovation Council, so now we have it laid down in the communication, in our proposal. And at the same time, it's about reforming innovation ecosystems and supporting the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, which already exists. Then at the bottom, there are a number of activities which are, because the whole program is based on the principle of excellence. So we fund excellent research and innovation, of course. But this part of the program aims at those countries that are a bit lagging behind in terms of research and innovation. So it's about sharing excellence with countries that invest less and that need reforms in their research and innovation landscape. So about the budget, so it's 100 billion euro, obviously. More than half of it goes to what I said, the global challenges. So almost 53 billion. 26, let's say, billion go to, yes, bottom-up type of activities, such as the European Research Council and the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions and the research infrastructures. And then this new activity of the European Innovation Council accounts for almost, well, 13.5, let's say, billion. And the rest goes to the other activities, as you can see. So about the clusters, here you have also the budget, cluster by cluster. Again, this is just in the proposal. It might change as the negotiation go along. So you will see, for example, for climate, energy, and mobility, we have 15 billion. And for food and natural resources, we have 10 billion. So these are maybe the areas that are more in relation to your interest. Now, of course, we have different drivers behind, especially the clusters that I mentioned just now. We have international commitments such as SDGs, such as the Paris Agreement, and we have also some policies such as accelerating clean energy innovation and a future communication that we are now discussing on greenhouse gas emission reductions, which will have also a set of actions on research and innovation. As I said already, this 35% target for climate-related research and innovation is not new. If you want, it's been already a target in Horizon 2020, and we have not achieved the target, despite a 3.3 billion call that is going to be covering, well, it's already covering 2018, 2019, and 2020 work program that are very much focusing on low carbon economy and solutions. So we have a specific call which span from mitigation and adaptation and also economic and behavioral changes, modeling, so there are, and transport, of course. So there are several areas, including industry. So it's what we call a focus area. So it goes across the board of the program and covers different issues with the aim of contributing to the Paris Agreement. But nonetheless, this target of 35% is still valid. I have to say that it's easier for the programmable part of the program, which is like Pillar 2 now, but it's the global challenges, because we have topics which are a bit more prescriptive, whereas the bottom-up activities like the European Research Council are difficult to steer because they are open to any kind of proposal. So in a sense, we have to compensate the budget for global challenges so that it also compensates the bottom-up calls. Yes, also I would like to say that we will continue international cooperation. We have a focus on multilateral activities. For example, in the energy sector, we have a mission innovation, whereby agencies from different countries committed to double the expenditure in R&I for energy research or climate-related research. We have PRIMA, which is about food and agriculture and water resources research in the Mediterranean area. We have also the Belmont Forum, which covers, brings together different funding agencies. So on global change research, these activities will continue also in Horizon 2020. But now let's see what's new, because maybe this is what matters most for you. As I said, one main change is the European Innovation Council, which will support breakthrough innovation with disruptive innovation. So it means that we will put a budget available for risky projects that, you know, the private sector would not fund, and with the hope that also the private sector will leverage funds at the end of the day. So we have a grants part, but also a blending type of actions where we will have financial institutions or even investors or bringing in fresh money. So then, okay, we have a big novelty is the introduction of the missions. I think Renz already highlighted. I will come back to this in particular. But the idea is to have high-impact activities within the grand challenges, the global challenges pillar, that matter to citizens and that are communicable and measurable, so that the citizens can also see what is the value of research and innovation. Then we have strengthened international cooperation in the sense that we open up the program to association of other countries who have research and innovation capacity and are interested in joining the program. And this has been already the case in Horizon 2020, but it was limited to, let's say, neighborhood countries, neighborhood to the European Union. Now we open up this possibility to any country of the world. Of course, this requires a contribution, a financial contribution from the countries. And they would, those countries who associate, they will become, they will have the same rights as member states. So they will participate in the program on equal footing with an EU contribution for the entities that put together the proposals from their country. We will reinforce openness. Open access has been a main thread across already a series of framework programs, and particularly in Horizon 2020. But it has been on, let's say, a smaller scale. Now we open up this open science principle to across the program and also to the innovation part, with the idea that you know, we need to have access not only to publications, but also to data, with the application of the FAIR principle. So data need to be findable, accessible, interoperable, and replicable. So there is an idea that goes even into the intention to have a European cloud that will be developed to cater for a repository of projects, of data, of knowledge. But okay, this is a bit longer term, and it's under development. And finally, we will have a rationalized approach to funding in the sense that we want to bring together different partnerships, be them they're private or public, under a common, well, to achieve common goals. We will have a more streamlined landscape. At present, we have many instruments, so we will have a more streamlined approach to it, but I will come back to it later on with the slides. I would like to show this slide because it gives an idea of the missions in terms of what are the objectives. The objectives are to be inspirational, measurable goals that can be achieved within a certain time frame and which can have an impact not only on science and technology, but also on society. And the idea is to get inspiration from the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, but to set an agenda that also speaks to citizens. So it will be also discussed with the citizens with clear targets and with a number of different instruments that can contribute to achieve this target. So at the moment, we are co-designing this. We have only criteria in the proposal for these missions. Some of them I highlighted. But the idea is then to come up with some, well, for the first, some 5 or so missions in negotiation with member states, but also with citizens, that can be put forward as pilot in the first few years of the program. They range from free plastic ocean to have top cities, climate resilient cities that, yes, basically innovate and transition to sustainable development. And so they span across the board on many, but okay, there are many proposals on the table. It's on health also. We have some very good examples, and we will have to discuss this a bit more in detail. The partnerships also, as I said, here at the moment we have private-public partnerships, public-public partnerships with different names, different JPIs, IRANETs, JTIs. So the landscape is quite complex and overlapping at the same time. So here the idea is to streamline and also to have a kind of life cycle to these partnerships in the sense that, okay, we assess if they have a added value, we launch them, we monitor them, and we can also have a phasing out. So the idea is not to having incremental numbers of these activities, of these partnerships, but they can be replaced. And also to be more strategic, as I said, and involving a variety of actors. There will be 3 types of partnerships. Well, the most complex one are the so-called institutionalized. They are also the legal basis in the treaty itself. So they are referred as Article 187 and Article 185. 87 is private-driven, 85 is public-driven. But basically here it's a longer-term cooperation and partnership. And there is, of course, leverage of funds by the different actors who are involved in the partnership. Yes, of course, there is also, they imply a very complex institutional process to get approved. And so it's just for a few partnerships. what is most interesting probably is to look at the co-programmed and co-funded. So it means these partnerships will not necessarily put money together. They will set an agenda. So this is the case of the co-programmed partnerships. They will co-design a research and innovation agenda, and then each partner will implement bits of it and contribute to the whole agenda. Whereas the co-funded will be a joint program with financial commitment by the partners, also in-kind contribution, and Horizon will provide also a contribution, an additional contribution to those financial commitments. So basically, this is a little bit like the IRANET co-fund work, but with different rules and different approaches. And now, what are the next steps? We are discussing, as I said, with Parliament and Council, and well, we are still in the middle of these negotiations. We aim at having a partial agreement around the end of the year, but well, this may shift depending on how things go. It can be in spring or hopefully as soon as possible. But then we have started already discussing the strategic programming, including the discussion on missions and partnership. This will continue throughout 2019. The strategic programming will be an exercise to provide vision and strategy, but also more implementing means and providing the meat to the bones, let's say. And we are already starting this with the idea of well, launching the call at the end of 2020 and having the program run in 2021. You can find more information. We have also some social media. Our commissioner is active. You can have a look at those different Twitter and so on. We have a Facebook and also, of course, traditional web page. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Goodness me, that's a lot to digest, but very positive because it shows that there is a huge amount going on, and 1 billion euros is not to be sniffed at. So thank you very much indeed for giving us that overview, and no doubt different participants in this network will be exploring different elements. What we'd like to do is to give you an opportunity, if there's something you particularly want to ask a question of clarification about or make an observation about, this is a good time to do it. Just wave your hand in the air, and in your left hand part of your seat there should be a microphone as well. So, so yes. Right, I'm going to go anti-clockwise. I don't know what that means. I'll start over there and head in that direction. Whoever's got their microphone first. Here we are, you're there. And again, it's helpful just to say who you are and where you are from.
My name is Roberto Zobboli from Catholic University of Milan, part of the inno4sd project. Well, thank you for your presentation, very clear. Also with respect to other information that we have in the net and so on. Thank you. You said it is a reform and not a revolution, but there are elements of a revolution in a sense. In particular, I find that the part of mission is particularly interesting in terms of potential revolution. So my questions are mainly about the mission and the way you think to organize the clustering of different projects around the mission. First, the definition of a mission and how big, which is the minimum scale to define a mission. What can be the process for clustering the different projects in the different area towards the mission? What can be the organizational setting in the dialogue with countries and other partners to organize a mission? And the other point about the mission is on multidisciplinarity. because in the mission-oriented research, it seems that they must be necessarily multidisciplinary projects. And going through the midterm evaluation of Horizon 2020, you see that there is a prominence of industrial research, or the direction is mainly towards industrial research and searching impact on industrial research. So I wonder, in a multidisciplinary setting, what can be the role of social sciences inside missions? Because it seems that you are looking at demand, social actors, and impacts on society, not only in industry. It seems important, the role of social sciences. Thank you.
Okay. There's a cluster of questions.
Yes.
Comfortable to respond to those?
Yes.
Great.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes. Well, the mission and the architecture of the mission is not yet set completely, but basically, the idea is to discuss them in conjunction with the strategic programming, which will involve, of course, the member states. Once these are decided, we will have to, there will be a manager for the mission. And this mission will, as you correctly say, will be by default cross-cutting in nature. So they will very likely address several of the clusters, not just one, but be relevant for a few of them. Yes, there will be a new structure that will deal with this. We will have also a budget. I don't know the size of each mission, but the idea is to have some 30%, more or less, of the budget from the global challenges devoted to missions. That's the, and we will aim at launching a handful of missions, but this is not yet very clear how many, so I'm not daring giving any precise detail. Concerning social sciences, of course, we have a cluster which is inclusive and secure society. This is very much relevant for social sciences. It's at 2.8 billion euro, but it does not mean that the social sciences will be just reflected in this budget line. It will be across the board. Yes, we will continue the multidisciplinary approaches, and when we talk of global challenges, of course we need to have a research that is relevant for societies, and we need social science and humanities involved in this. So yes, I think it's going to be similar to Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, as you say. Okay, there are things that need to be tackled that have not worked out fully, but the idea is to, it's not a revolution in that sense, let's say.
Did you want to come back on that, or are you happy? Or you may not be happy, but are you content with the answer? Okay, that's a delight to hear. Okay. Great. And if you've got more than one question, I think if you could just ask one question, and then I'll come back to you. Otherwise, I get confused, and maybe other people in the room do.
Can you hear me? Michał Miedziński, UCL. I also have questions on missions, on particular on governance of them. And what is the current thinking of engaging citizens? Well, you mentioned that they have to be appealing to citizens, and I wonder if already in the pilot set you will manage to include citizens, and then if yes, how? And if I may, second quick one, as this is an international forum, and a lot of the missions that were mentioned in Mariana Matsukato's document, they are by nature global, and they will fail miserably if they don't include international collaboration. The first one you mentioned, Plastic-Free Ocean, if Europe does this, the impact will be rather minimal. So I wonder how then the thinking about missions links with this international component in the programming.
It's a question that is very much close to my heart because I'm very much involved in international cooperation activities. Absolutely, you are right. There is now, well, first of all, maybe I should go one by one. You spoke about citizens. There will be a citizen, an open consultation. So everyone is invited to participate, also international partners or international organizations. Now, the timeline for it, I'm not clear with it, so I don't know exactly. But there will be one once we have a strategic program, some draft of the strategic program. Now, for international cooperation, we are speaking of, well, by the way, the regulation and so the proposal speaks of European partnerships. But the idea is to have partnerships, especially if we look at more partnerships that are relevant for global challenges that span also into international cooperation. And we are now starting a dialogue. We are discussing to open the dialogue with international partners at some point early next year, March or April, something like this. So indeed, there is a clear need for this, and it remains to be seen how these partnerships will articulate with the international partners. There are things that are not yet set in stone, and we are discussing now.
Right, but there's an absolute recognition that most of these challenges and problems are global, transnational, and so these support programs have to.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
All right. Happy? I'm looking for an outburst of happiness across the room. Yes. You did have a hand up earlier. That's fine. That's fine. You're playing hard to get. No, you're fine. It's good. Okay, lovely.
Well, I think this network. René Kemp from Maastricht University, the Merit Institute. I think this network is I think pleased with this attention to missions, research and innovation mission, because I think if you want to achieve system innovation and wider transitions, I think the missions really fit within that thinking. I wonder to what extent the Commission also has thought about the need for, measurement, data collection, about, for instance, things like a transition to a circular economy, as something I think for which you might have a mission, because I think the data availability on that I think is rather poor. So I just want to think if also Eurostat or maybe the EEA or whatever, will be tasked also to to measure how far we are with certain transitions. And also, what we also need is lesson drawing about those missions, and I think for that, the STEER framework that we developed in this project could well be used, because it's partnership based.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. It's of course, in the consultation, there will be not only the more formal one, if you want, because we digest a number of position papers and so on, but we will engage in certain workshops and contacts with certain stakeholders. So possibly, yes, you're right, we should continue our collaboration. It's very valuable. Concerning the monitoring activities, I think this is something that we need to discuss, but it's too detailed for the moment. I don't think we can put it as a mission because it's a bit focused. So it's a question of how we develop the work programs later on. Of course, circular economy will stay. We will have circular systems, and it's one of the areas in cluster number 5. And we will have also in industries reference to circular economy and so on. So these activities will remain. Those more of a systemic nature will be under cluster 5, and those more related to industries, industrial symbiosis, will be in cluster industrial, digital and industrial.
Right. And this network stands ready to advise and support you at every stage in the process.
Okay, thank you.
So that's great. There was, yeah.
Emil Elowoud. I'm from the Netherlands, and everybody will recognize my Dutch background because my question is about money. Now, you have mentioned the projects, objectives, pilots, startups that are too risky for the industry to take up by themselves alone. Now, the Commission is not an enterprise. It may be a financing company, but not an operational company. So what is the money you expect in counter-financing from the industry? Suppose you put in as Commission 50 million euros. What do you expect from the industry?
Well, to be honest, I don't remember. There is a percentage, a minimum percentage. It might, I don't remember exactly. If it's 25% or more, I don't recall. I'm sorry. What I would like to say is, yeah, what it means is that the money that the Commission puts in is more risky because it's the first that, in case of failure, it's the money that will be not reimbursed and not. So we can have some. Yes, it's there is a name for it, but now I don't recall. Yes.
Okay. Any more? Yes, I'll come back to you. Yeah.
In this new framework, what can be the future of KICS?
Yes, the Institute for Innovation and Technology continues.
Yeah.
Yes, there will be still scope for KICS. Whether they will be renewed, it's something to be seen. We are not at this level of detail at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's that we have collected the questions among 4 people deputed to feed them into you.
Sorry, it's in the in the work program. I have to ask questions.
Absolutely.
I have 2. I mean, one is on it. You mentioned something that I found very significant. That one of the tasks of the Horizon will be also this sharing excellence, which is striking in a way. So I wonder how does this play with ESIF, with the structural funds, where a lot of money on research and innovation is being channeled to. So what is the thinking about building synergies between this element of the Horizon? And the second, if I may, I mean I do understand the clustering because obviously that's the part of the traditional program. But I wonder what do researchers working on, say, food energy nexus, where do they sit? I mean, so the decisions will be taken call by call, where this kind of truly cross-cutting issues will sit, or what's the thinking behind?
So 2 questions there.
Yes. Well, thank you. It's very good reflections. Well, maybe what I can say concerning the last question is that we have developed a new governance system. So we are developing, well, currently the thinking around the strategic program with the other DGs. So there will be one single budget line, well, for each pillar, but there will be no budget attached to one director, if you want. So the budget will be discussed also with the policy DGs, depending on the priorities that will come up. So this is just to say that, yeah, there is this idea to work in a more cross-thematic way, across the silos and even beyond research and innovation, really. In Horizon 2020, we had quite successfully implemented the focus area calls. So this might be something that can be in one way or another, with one form or another, be continued for areas that look at the synergies. Concerning...
So just on that one, just to push you a little bit further, maybe the emerging insight around sustainability is it's precisely at that nexus between silos and issues that the most important conversations and research needs to happen. So I'm just trying to push you as to whether there might be a bit of synergy at the margins, or we actually need to disrupt because we're doing it the wrong way at the moment. We're dwelling in the world of energy and we're dwelling in the world of food. But hang on a minute.
Yeah, that's why there will no longer be a budget per cluster. It will be a little bit more in the negotiation.
Revolution as opposed to a little bit more. That's what I'm just trying to
If you want, this reflects the way we work. So maybe not so interesting for an audience, but it will. It comes from the need that was precisely that of going beyond the sectoral type. So which means that I mean, in this co-creation exercise, as we say, we don't have only like in our cluster. DG Environment and Climate, and Environment and Agri, because it's also about agriculture. We have, well, of course, Clima, we have Mare, we have, I mean, it's a bit technical for those who are not European, but a number of Directorate Generals and employment, and so there are many, many different policy needs. Then the other one was on the synergies. The Horizon Europe goes an extra mile in terms of synergies. There is a full annex looking at the synergies with a variety of instruments. Of course, one that is very relevant is the one on structural funds, which is about the cohesion policy in the European Union. So far, we have not been very, very successful. We have launched a number of initiatives. So it's still something, if you read business science, there is a lot of critique about this. So we need to find ways that will work out in practice, in the implementation of these synergies. And this is not only with this program, but with LIFE, for example. Or, yes, of course, the CAP, the Agricultural Policy Program, and so on. So there are... I mean, the intention is there. In practice, how these will be implemented is something that we need to work out with the other colleagues working on it. Because they work on different principles and different practices, implementation. So, yeah.
Okay, well, Marialuisa, you've got a big agenda ahead and a lot of resource to deploy thoughtfully over the coming years. So we wish you well, and please use this the expertise in this network as an extraordinary resource to you, both challenging you and responding with much of the work that's coming out. So thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Marialuisa, thank you.
Welcome.
So between now and a cup of coffee at 10:30, we're going to switch the lens a little bit, and we are going global and looking at knowledge transfer for innovation and the Sustainable Development Goals. Delighted we're joined by Margaret Koli, who's Programme Associate at the United Nations University's Institute of Environment and Human Security, who I think is both going to talk about some of the activities that she's directly associated with and within the UN, and also doing a little bit of scanning of other programs and initiatives on a wider scale. So, Margaret, great to have you with us, and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. So, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, and also to talk about this very important issue of, how are we going to transfer all the knowledge that we have. And on top of I wear different hats. On top of my role at the United Nations University, I also sit at the board of UN Habitat, the advisory board for UN Habitat. And I also give advisory to various institutions that are looking at setting up in different African countries. And over the years, I've been a very I've been a member of the Doctors Without Borders Association. So I would like to bring all these different experiences and share that today. So over the last couple of days in this symposium, with all the great minds and institutions represented here, I would like to ask and challenge each and every one in this room, how are we planning to transfer all this knowledge on innovation for sustainable development, particularly to the people who need it the most? Last year at the Vatican Youth Symposium, Professor Jeffrey Sachs challenged each and every person to go beyond themselves and to go beyond the institutions that they represent and really promote the goals and work for the goals. And so does your neighbor know what the Sustainable Development Goals are? And do they know how their work and what they're doing every day contributes to the SDGs? Just to think about that for a second. Does your brother or your sister know about it? And so we have to go above and beyond and share our work beyond our offices, beyond these rooms where we all know what we're talking about, and share it and work for the people who need that information. So today, I'm going to focus on a couple of things. I will talk about the work that we do at the United Nations University Institute for Environment and Human Security. I will also go ahead to talk about some of the innovative initiatives that we come across in different African countries. And also, finally, share some insights about what we're thinking about, what are some of the areas where we're planning on going, as in, what next? So first of all, I'd like to take you to Bonn, where we are based. And we have over 18 different UN agencies based there with over 900 staff, working on different topics such as sustainable development, food, volunteerism, cities, water, and so on. And furthermore, in Bonn, where we are based, and with our headquarters in Japan, the United Nations University was founded in 1973, and we're the academic arm of the United Nations with more than 10 institutions and programs all around the world. We're a think tank, we are a research institution, and we specialize in education and capacity development. And it's been great to see some of the work that is being done by some of the fellow colleagues, for example, from UNU Merit, who are represented here. And this just gives you a geographical idea of where we're located. And in our mission as a think tank, we contribute to collaborative research. We work with different partners from around the world to address some of the challenging and pressing problems that we have. And this is in keeping with the mission of the UN, and also to give advisory and working very close with member states and bridging between international academic community and the United Nations system. In my department, I'd like to zero in on what we do. I work with the Pan-African Cooperation and Education Technologies, and we work in 3 main pillars of technology, enhanced learning, water, energy, food, and environment, and moving even more strongly into digital transformation for sustainable development, with a focus on strategic cooperation in Africa, where we're also working very closely with the Africa Union and the Pan-African Universities, which is a network of 5 different Pan-African universities in the different sub-regions in Africa. So in one of our programs with the Pan-African University Institute of Water and Energy Sciences, we're working with students and researchers from different African countries who come to Algeria and have an exchange between the challenges in the countries that they come from, and also the expertise that they learn, for example, when they come for further education and to work in laboratories in Germany. We're also promoting technological enhanced learning. At the Institute, we have diverse research. Some of us are researchers, some of us work in the field, and we have amazing case studies. But what are they doing? Are they sitting in the shelves as books? Are they sitting on our websites as texts as a resource that people can access? What we're saying is we're taking all this information, conceptualizing it and implementing it into e-learning material, taking real-life case studies so that they can be used as the basis for learning for people who need that information. So taking real and current research, case studies, and knowledge, and applying that on platforms for e-learning. We're also looking at open education and also using e-learning tools to complement the education in different African universities. We are also leveraging social media networks, and later on I'll go a little bit further to talk about the online community of practice that we have created so that discourse and action does not stop after symposiums, but continues on online platforms with the experts and the beneficiaries who need the information. We're looking at bridging the gap between science, education, and practice, and we're taking a deliberate effort towards bringing researchers and practitioners on the same table, and I'll talk about this a little bit more. We have a multimedia lab, which we use to reach out and synchronize the information and adapt it to different ways of learning in which people understand it best, be it pictorial, be it more theoretical or audiovisual. And in some of the projects that we have in Algeria, Mali, and Niger, taking, for example, this one on risk assessment and reduction strategies for urban supply resources in sub-Saharan Africa. I know it's a very long acronym. We have lots of those at the Institute. We're looking at developing e-learning courses. We have researchers particularly focused on water and renewable energy, looking at case studies in cities such as Bamako and Tlemcen, and taking those case studies, which we put in digital learning environments to complement the e-learning programs that we are producing, and also development of social and networking platform between our researchers and people who would need that information. We are also leveraging online tools where we bring different experts who might not be able to make it to areas such as Tlemcen, Mali, and Niger, so that on online webinars, they can be able to share their expertise. And this is done through summer academies and also by international travel, where sometimes we bring our students abroad to work in more advanced labs. And in our e-learning process, we look at the scientific content, not only in what we do, but what all our departments do. There's a rich scientific content that's coming up, but how do you package that information in a way that is more, in a way that is more understandable to someone who speaks French in Mali, to a student who's doing their master's education but does not have such rich information about innovation or the trends in innovation. We also used instructional design tools, and we also look at standards of e-learning, and then we put that into various contexts. We don't just put it on an internet platform and expect everyone to be able to access the internet and plug in and take that class, but we ask ourselves, how can we bridge the digital divide? What are some of the media that we can use so that it can reach out to the people who need it the most? Is it through CDs? Is it through USB keys? Do we send some experts through our media lab to actually deliver such courses using various instruments? So we're thinking outside the box, or as we heard yesterday, we're also tearing the box. And so using the innovation potential of e-learning, we're serving the link as a link between researchers and practitioners on one hand, and also as a link for research and education on the other hand. And we're using various technologies to disseminate this knowledge, as I mentioned earlier. And now I would like to take you back to 9 years ago. When I was invited to speak at this forum, the invitation was very timely when it came from Fernando. It was exactly 9 years after I had been invited by the Committee of Development to speak at the European Parliament. 9 years ago, they were consulting on this exact same issues. They brought me to, they were consulting on transferring knowledge and technology to the people who need it the most? And how could it have possibly been done? They were asking, what is the feasibility of sending tablets and computers in different African countries, and how can that be adopted? And I was asking, yes, it's a very good technology and very much needed so that they can catch up with, you know, the digital world. But how is that going to work when some of the infrastructure and conduits for them to leverage the infrastructure, hardware and software that was to be deployed, when you do not have electricity plugs to plug them in, yet let alone proper classrooms to secure that equipment after? And 9 years is a very long time. And as we heard on the first day of this symposium, a lot can change in 10 years. We learned that computers have gotten faster. What is that? From the size of the brain of an insect to the size of a rat. That's what we learned on the first day. We also learned that Instagram is the new Kodak. That's changed quite a lot. And we also learned how fast Ferrari has gotten on the pit stop in the Formula One race. And what does that mean for education? And what does that mean for development? We've also transited from the MDGs to the SDGs. And with a plethora of existing innovation, when it comes to education transfer of knowledge, what has changed for the people who need this knowledge the most? How far have we managed to bridge the knowledge gap and technology divide to meet the goals we have set for development? Is this knowledge transfer taking into consideration local needs? Before I took up this role to work in Africa's largest slum, I had also worked in humanitarianism, where I was based in Barcelona, moved to Nairobi, and I was deployed to South Sudan in a span of 1 month. And that change really told me that in as much as we live in one world, we have different worlds. And every time we sit on our desks and we work, we have to ask ourselves, what we're doing today, are we thinking about the person who has to benefit from this information, from what we're doing and from what we're developing? And 9 years later, from that moment when the Committee of Development was consulting on technology transfer for education, a lot has happened. We're seeing a huge network of innovation hubs in different African countries. This map, prepared by the World Bank, shows 10 led government innovation hubs, 79 led civil society-led hubs, 9 academic institution-led, and 19 hybrid ones, to a total of 117. And this map was developed in 2015. And we're also looking at organizations like AfriLabs, who are also looking at who are networking the different innovation centers in more than 35 African countries. And they support to raise successful entrepreneurs that will create jobs. It is a community around rapid emerging tech hubs all around the continent. And what is happening in these tech hubs? When we go in, what is going on in some of this, in some of the institutions that are plugging in? Taking, for example, this company called Kitabu. 9 years ago, when they're talking about how do we leverage these tablets and computers for education, Kitabu looked at the platform of coders within the city of Nairobi, and they also looked at the needs for teachers, the needs of students and parents. When I was studying in Kenya, textbooks were very expensive. To buy books, parents could barely afford it, and therefore you had to share the books in class. But initiatives such as Kitabu work with publishers to take those books, reduce printing costs, and allow parents to buy only the leaves and pages that their children need the most for the days based on the curriculum in the school at the time, and therefore families can be able to plan their resources and couple that with the education of their children. And we can see the different layers that are going into such innovation. There's a layer of mobile money transfer, there's a layer of ICT infrastructure, both hardware and software. There's the content that goes into it and the design thinking around it. And that is what we have been talking about this last couple of days. And at this juncture of talking about these different layers, I would like to appreciate this reading that we got for this symposium, and I hope everyone did their homework. And draw you to page 12, where it says, the impact of system innovation depends on the strength of systemic synergies between its elements and on its capacity to radically reconfigure or substitute existing systems. Industry ecology or urban mobility models, for example, rely on the combination of product, organizational, and process adaptations, as well as infrastructural investments. These individual changes may be incremental on their own. However, their combination may lead to disruptive impact in specific contexts. I really appreciate what this text delivers, because this is what we're seeing, that the knowledge transfer does not only have to be north-south, south-to-south, but it's also a combination of everything. And taking the example that we all know, such as M-Pesa, it's going back in technology to move forward in development. Essentially, they've looked at from that basis on how to move forward in mobile money transfer. And that one layer is being used in so many different elements of innovation, such as here with Kitabu. So 9 years ago, I would have never thought that, you know, this innovation would have been used to leverage education using that ICT infrastructure that was to be deployed. Renewable energy through which people can connect and, you know, recharge the hardware that is there. Here is another organization called Summer School. Summer School go to Silicon Valley and bid for complex jobs from companies such as Google, Microsoft, and others. They take those complex work, for example, contributing to the new wave that we have in the automotive industry, and break those complex jobs into smaller units that anyone around the world can do. So they're working closely with companies and outsourcing the jobs, training people in different countries such as Uganda, India, and digitizing those jobs, looking at gender analysis and looking at the women who can benefit from those digital jobs. So after hardcore intensive training, we have people in Uganda contributing to, for example, to image tagging, information that will be fed into the Google vehicle in future, and it is currently happening. Arifu is another organization that is focusing on adult education. They're using the mobile phone, even remembering your Nokia 2210 for a couple of years ago, and being able to use that phone to learn about agriculture, business, and being sent information for you to learn based on your speed, and looking at, and it's adaptive learning. Organizations like Tuna Panda, it's an educative institution delivering 3-month intensive learning experience in tech, design, business, and most importantly, linking young people to jobs. And we can see the various layers beyond what I have mentioned there. And some of us may know about the World Bank Climate Innovation Centers in the Caribbean, Ghana, Kenya, Ethiopia, Morocco, South Africa, and Vietnam, where hundreds of entrepreneurs have been incubated. And we can see, you know, this shift is becoming real, where grants and loans and all the different funds are going to look at what would be the potential return of investment on the work that is being done, not only by communities, but by entrepreneurs as well. And I would like to focus on Human Needs Project for a few minutes, an organization where I worked for 3 years. At Human Needs Project, based in Africa's largest slum, brought together an IPCC scientist, Dan Kamen, former founders of Sun Microsystems, innovators from Silicon Valley, and also people with different skills, essentially, to look at the human being and ask ourselves, what does the human being need? Oftentimes, development is on one line. It's in the line of education, it's in the line of water and sanitation. Oftentimes, people have to be in the line in order to benefit, but they look at the person as a whole. When you wake up in the morning, you want a glass of water, you want to brush your teeth, you want to look at the internet, you want mobility to get to work or wherever you need to go. But that is not the same for some people in some parts of this world. They have to walk kilometers to get that water to drink. Connectivity is expensive. Transport is reliant, they can only rely on themselves for transport. $50 means a lot. But the Human Needs Project builds infrastructure for development, where they put water, sanitation, even looking at laundry, issues that we do not think about, but it still takes some women in most parts of the world 4 to 6 hours a day to do their laundry. And they're taking a combination of different elements to respond to the holistic needs of people. And these are some of the things that they leverage. Not only are they delivering it on a fast basis, but they're also tracking that data. They're using XIO, for example, to track how much water are they using, how many people are using this facility, what is the safe space for women to access our water and sanitation facilities, how can we look at streaming water to the community? Should we pipe it in the ground, or can we do it aerially so that it is not tampered in with? And they're working with very many different partners. And partnerships are very essential towards achieving all of this. And so, what next? After sharing all those initiatives, what are the next steps forward? This is something that we ask ourselves as an institution. How can we combine all these different resources, all these different minds and initiatives in order to move forward? And we're looking at leveraging further our online community of practice. So together with the Pan-African University Institute of Water and Energy Sciences, we have the online community of practice with various members. And I would like to welcome all of you to join this platform. And also, it could be a possible platform to continue with such conversations so that it does on innovation, so that they do not stop here. We're also organizing research to practice conferences. Oftentimes, we held one in April in Tlemcen this year, and it's something that we endeavor to continue doing. In the Research to Practice conference, we brought over 250 different practitioners to talk about what they're doing in terms of policy, entrepreneurship, in the civil society, in their communities, and also bring the researchers on board to look at what information do they have, what data have they collected, and how can that be beneficial to people who are practicing? And how can the practitioners feed in their data and information and their experiences and their questions and challenges to researchers so that researchers can do relevant research that is acceptable on the other end of the scale. And this is to say that it has to be a deliberate effort, and that is what we're doing. We're also looking at our master's and PhD researchers and saying, once they have done this research, and in the process of them doing their research, is it going to sit as a master's thesis on the shelves and on the online portals of our education institutions? But is there further guidance, and are there further resources that are available so that we can work with our researchers so that they can have bankable or compelling case studies or business cases that they can use their research to develop a business, a concept, a model, a consultancy that they can apply in their communities to respond to the challenges from the over 30 different African countries they come from. So these are the different synergies that we're trying to build in order to advance knowledge transfer for the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to end with this image that in our work, let us remember the different people around the world who essentially should be the beneficiaries of the work that we do. Thank you.
Margaret, thank you very much indeed. Fascinating and very powerful overview of a whole range of initiatives and programs happening. Come and join me just for a moment. We're speeding towards our essential Friday morning coffee. But before we do that, again, I would like to open the floor. If anyone just either has an observation or a question of clarification, again, wave, smile, find the microphone. And if you can ask one question, I can always come back to you for a second one. Yeah.
So thank you so much for the presentation. I have a question. I'm Lucia Dal Negro from Catholic University of Milan. And I have a question regarding the scalability of some of the experiences that were presented so far. What are the variables, the conditions that you think are most needed for scaling up this type of really insightful examples of innovation? Thank you.
Is this on? Okay, great. Scaling is really on a context basis, and from what we have learned from the various initiatives, it always has to come from a baseline survey and a community needs assessment, and that really determines the scalability of a concept. And we find that one concept that could be, in as much as the challenges could be similar in various contexts, the scalability is very varied, also as a result of behavioral change, which can be complex in other in one situation versus another, and the adaptability of the various innovation. Essentially, what we have seen working is a long-term commitment towards working with the target market and looking at their needs and also adapting the innovation to meet those specific needs rather than deploying it as a wholesome product and expecting them to adopt it. So it's about adaptation.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. I wonder if you have specific views on the sort of usefulness of different methods of evaluation, because I think a lot of this, well, if you think about programs and evaluation of programs, there are those sort of who rely on randomized controlled trials, and there are sort of also methods which are based on formative learning, which look more into conditions and mechanisms that deliver or that don't deliver. Do you have a specific view on the usefulness of those two types of evaluation?
Yes. So I would like to mention on the randomized control trials, which is something that in order to move to the next step of operations for a company such as SummerSource was being adopted in one situation. And in that case, that had an overriding effect where it impacts it runs the risk of a company such as SummerSource to, because of that kind of trial where you have one set that benefits and they were looking at another set that does not benefit at all, it affected their business model, particularly in the context where they're working. When it was found out, when the information came out, first of all, that they were doing this, and furthermore, the fact that the long-term element that they were to do this for, they were within their control trial, they were required to do it for 3 years. It was going to take over the potential benefits that the company would have over this period of 3 years. And what I see is, in as much as it is useful to get empirical information, I think that, okay, my personal opinion is that it needs to also adopt other qualitative elements beyond, particularly for when you try to link it to the operations of a company and looking at the market share that it could potentially have over a period of 3 years, it has a significant impact on how this company works. But in the long term, it definitely has good benefits.
Okay. Do you want to come back on that, or you're content? Okay. Well, Margaret, we wish you well with your ongoing work in this area. Knowledge transfer for innovation is crucial. Doing it at pace and scale is critical, and you're obviously part of that journey. So thank you very much for sharing many of those examples. After the break, we're going to take that journey further forward in terms of knowledge exchange and knowledge transfer, and look at some case studies from around the world. But for now, we will have a 30-minute break for a cup of coffee before we reconvene in here. But could we say once again a huge thank you to Margaret for coming and for your presentation. Thank you very much.
deve venire su, credo.
Non ho visto il mio nome.
Cominciamo, aspettiamo. We can start. So, good morning to everyone. I want to thank the organizer of this meeting for the invitation, for the opportunity. And I will take some minutes just for a rapid presentation about this panel, and then we leave the word to Antonio Flores from Mexico and Nicole Pistelli from Brazil for some case studies applied and or work in progress. So I wait for my presentation.
Still coffee break.
Still coffee break.
Okay. So I don't know if you are here. Look to the name. So our panel is this one, and sorry. And this is the panel. We have a case study from Uganda, Mexico, and Brazil, not Jordan, but Italy and Belgium. And I want, this is just a little joke, but it's not only a joke. I want to present really rapidly some interesting and small outcomes about the university engagement and international knowledge transfer. This is my region, our region. Massimiliano and I are from Emilia-Romagna, the province of Ferrara, and the area of the Po River Delta Park. And this is the basin and landscape. The value of landscape is absolutely relevant. I'm a planner, I'm not an economist. And these were the conditions of living of people in 1955 in this region. Now the same region is this, with tourists and with the park and some other case of local development, local sustainable development. And some projects developed by the University of Ferrara, by the School of Architecture, and sharing and in partnership with the public entity of the park. And this is very interesting, the small area within the park and the economic development. This is a small lagoon, and in 1984, the University of Ferrara biologists started to think how to cultivate clay. And this is a poster, very synthetic poster of this experience. And this lagoon for aquaculture with 6 cooperatives of fishermen working there. And in the late 70s, around 800 fishermen were working in this area, in the Delta. Now, today, we have 1,600. And in all the area, the whole area of the park, there are 3,000 fishermen working and 1,000 of workers induced. So this is very interesting. The university was inventing and we developed the patent of this small plastic basket just to grow up oysters. And it is interesting that French, that are the most important in the world, are buying this small basket. And the consortium, this is innovation in terms of governance, in terms of process. This is the consortium of all the cooperatives working together for this clean industry, green industry. And this is farming in 1955, always the same territory. And Casamesola was a cooperative founded in 1964, very poor cooperative. Now they are producing vegetables with a lot of labels, environmental labels. You can see below in the slide how they are producing in green terms, in ecological, with an ecological process. And the asparagus, organic asparagus, and the pear of our region, and also the university was involved just to develop this specific product with an higher added value. And half kilo of corn flour at 3 euros. You understand the value of this kind of agriculture, but it's not only agriculture, it's much more. And there are also problems. All this area is under some pressure about climate change. This is our university group working on integrated coastal zone management. And the vulnerability of our coast, it's really a disaster. 2004, 2015, 2011, 17. This is a problem for the economy of the place, not only for the environment. And the university was working with local actors, and this is a scheme, I go really rapid, of the flow of relationship between different aspects and actors of the region, institutions, companies, the university, and public and private actors, smaller or bigger in some terms. Then finally, just I want to thank Margaret Koli for her presentation, and she was asking how we plan to transfer all our knowledge to people who need it, and this is very important. This is an experience of education, post-degree education, MA of the University of Ferrara, 13 years of master course with Latin America, but also from people from Rwanda. And I show only this case, was really an applied case, the strategic integrated planning for local sustainable development in Brazil, northeast of Brazil, with aspects and purposes of territory promotion, of education and training, of support of local stakeholders, and finally, consultation and participation of citizens. Now I will show you really rapidly Alagoas as the smaller and the poorest state of Brazil in the northeast, and the Costa dos Corais, the coral coast, more or less 400 kilometers of coast. Very, very poor. And they were asking for competitiveness. What means competitiveness? And just some images of the place with children working and not at school, a very basic market of wonderful fruit, really wonderful products, but in this way. And restaurants, you cannot imagine how good are fish and shrimps in this place, but in this condition. The center of Maragogi is the capital of the Costa dos Corais, and this is the central place. So, of course, this is a problem. It's clear. Erosion, coastal erosion, it's a disaster, environmental disaster. And organizing 2 years involvement with master course with international students, experts, etc., with an international seminar, desirable tourism, and with education and training, both in the same time with the students and people working and living in the territory. And workshop with women working with the coconuts and fiber. And really, the woman is the leader of the community. And he was a student of the master course, working with residents and people, small stakeholders. Really rapid. And financing from World Bank. These people received $1,500,000, real, I'm sorry, just for projects, local projects developed with us, and we supported these people for rural, very poor and very small rural settlements. Consultation and participation, how to involve communities, how to involve people, local people with no skills, sometimes with a lot of knowledge, traditional knowledge, but not a lot of modern skills. And working with them, teaching and hearing with them, and also proposing some small projects of improvement, space improvement. This was done with cocoa trees and cocoa fiber produced by women, so local circular economy of the place. Some conclusion before to leave the words to Antonio. Antonio was a former student of the master course 2006, and then he will present his personal case developed during and after the master course. So I think that local sustainable development and innovation can be implemented and achieved in any field, not only in technology. Universities can promote and lead such processes at least during the first steps of the implementation. And universities are neutral and can play an impartial role in relation of local actors. Finally, knowledge transfer and innovation are not exclusively related to sharp technology. And this, I think, is very important to tell you these things during this seminar, because in this seminar I heard only one time the word from the Japanese representative of the high-tech agency, the word culture. Culture and humanities are very important. Culture, tradition, humanities, local culture, not only technology. Thank you very much.
Okay, so my slides. Okay, here we are. Okay, so thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you all for being here. My name is Lucia Dal Negro, and I'm here on behalf of the Catholic University of Milan, presenting a project that has been implemented in Uganda by a benefit corporation called D-Lab. So everything started by a consideration which is related to the huge amount of theoretical attempts that have been diffused in the recent years for justifying the engagement of the profit sector in developmental issues in low-income communities, which has been listed over there in the slides for, in general terms, around some examples like social innovation, inclusive business, which is the new name for the BOP theory, for those of you who are aware of this type of thread of research, frugal innovation, societal impact ventures, all these domains calling for a deeper engagement of companies in low-income communities, but beyond the model of philanthropy, so trying to develop business-driven, commercially viable solutions for targeting basic needs at the BOP level, so low-income communities. So the goal of all these attempts was always the same, the one of fostering social transformation and equitable business returns for all the actors engaged. So not only for the donors, clearly, that have to rely on business returns, but also for local people that had to be considered not only consumers, but also producers, co-partner of this type of ventures. This required a huge effort for adjusting marketing and design strategies, business strategies that were more aligned with local mindset, with people living in places very far culturally, not only geographically, from where companies were based. So, having said that, not enough has been said on how to really go to the field and develop this type of co-creating experiences in which new product or services can be designed for diffusing in low-income communities. Here I was considering the social innovation spiral that was developed by Nesta some years ago, and basically what you can see is that at the beginning of this virtuous circle of innovation in the first 3/4 phases, there is a huge effort for generating new ideas. But if we are here to say that innovation has to be participative, we need to know how to make innovation participative with them, not only for them, so with people living in need. So this is super unclear to companies, because especially big corporations have huge protocols and processes for optimizing procedures to improve internal efficiency, so they cannot really afford to fail while investing in speaking with people living in other areas without any clear evidence on what will be the ultimate results. So it is unclear, in other words, how companies, how profit sector can collaborate with these people. The experience that I'm presenting here, that was developed by the lab, relied on the hypothesis that one possible solution methodologically could have been the merging of human-centered design and inclusive business, so BOP theory plus human-centered design, in order to foster the creation of ecosystem innovations, meaning all the conducive and enabling conditions for different actors to create something that really works in the field, tackling poverty issues. I don't want to spend too much time in saying what inclusive business is. You can read some quotations there taken from the very pillars, theoretical level of what inclusive business is, and also in terms of human-centered design. Just allow me to specify that it came out as a reaction to the consideration that people had to adjust to technology. Human-centered design says the opposite, that basically technology has to be shaped and designed according to the preferences and inclinations of humans. So, and obviously consumers. So the field research that I'm about to describe here was conducted in Uganda in July 2018. We traveled around the country from the capital Kampala to Fort Portal, Hoima, Gulu, and villages close by these cities. We carried out 11 meetings with local stakeholders, grabbing together more or less 90 people representing different constituencies, clearly, ranging from women, local officials, so public entities that were represented there. Even in some cases, in some villages, the police officials participated into our experiences, which was meant to test the potential embeddedness of an object to protect babies from 0 to 12 months from malaria vectors in Uganda, in rural areas, plus accidental risks that usually provoke death in this age range, 0 to 12 months. So obviously, this is a single case study story because this object was not existing at that time, so we could not compare our field experience to other on the same object because it was in the process of being shaped. However, we organized some focus groups there, and the idea was to organize a matrix in which BOP principles were factored with human-centered design principles and with the main pillars of how a focus group in low-income communities should be structured. So, as I said, the participation was quite high for the size of the villages in which we moved. Representing different constituencies, and the sector, as I said, is the one of infant-related objects that are missing in those countries, but could be shaped in a way to also address basic needs like infant or baby health. So the key features of human-centered design that were factored were those that in the theory are the most described. So the observation phase, cognitive and emotional empathy, different scenarios, real outcomes, and iterative learnings. So these points were, as I said, put into a matrix with the main pillars of BOP ventures, meaning the pricing processes, product features, feedback from locals, marketing models, feedback from locals, and scalability scenario. These two areas put into the structure of the focus group agenda, which was clearly starting with a kickoff phase, presenting who we were and why we were there with them, a feedback on the product, business model, and open discussion, resulted in, some pictures of me there, these just in the 3 main cities. 3 minutes, very good. But also more importantly in this type of matrix, in which basically the first pillar, the first circle at the beginning of the table, highlighted in terms of observing what was going on in these focus groups, a general tendency for having all the constituencies divided in the same room representing their own affiliation, and very interestingly, a huge participation from women that were taking the lead of all the discussions independently from their own knowledgeable about that specific topic. And this is more at a still ethnographic level, if you want to call it like that. In the second circle, feedback on product, here we were waiting for, we were showing obviously the prototype of this portable baby holder that is the product in the process of being designed, co-designed better, and waiting for these feedbacks, human-centered design helped us a lot in providing, in terms of cognitive and emotional empathy, ideas on local household habits, limitations in terms of health standards in these rural areas of Uganda, as well as limitations in terms of women empowerment represented by the traditional use of bands for carrying babies on the back, which initially we thought was a culturally rooted thing. It is, but it is also limiting a lot the autonomy of women in work. So this is an interesting thing that we got. Different scenarios, okay, talking about different options of this project, which is called, by the way, Kokono, which in a local dialect means empty pumpkin. Because we discussed about different materials, different usability of this object, so this was providing feedback in terms of product. And then in terms of real outcomes, we thought about potential impacts in terms of curbing the diffusion of malaria in those areas thanks to the use of this type of object. Okay, I will cut off after this slide then. Real outcomes, well, BOP-related insights, of course, we got to know more about how to shape the product. Third circle, feedback on business model, different scenarios. We organized a kind of role play in which people decided which affiliation take, distributors, promoters, or suppliers, and they envisioned together with us their potential contribution to this project, because if we are talking of not considering low-income communities just as consumers, but something more, they need to be aware of what this something more is, right? So, no, well, okay. Yeah. Real outcomes, again, in terms of marketing model, we talked about the empowerment of women considered distributors of this type of shield for protecting babies. And lastly, the last circle, this was the less structured area of our workshop, because we open up an iterative dialogue with them in order to consider the scalability of this type of venture in Uganda, and therefore we highlighted potential drivers for expanding these ventures also in other sub-Saharan African countries. So this, after all, to say that the evidence of this mixture of theories led us to highlighting how multimodal communication patterns are clearly needed for diffusing this sustainable innovation knowledge in a participative way, facilitating a high-level planning and an integrative thinking in this type of scenarios. In terms of, yes, so you can read everything by yourself. Just to say that this is important because, and I'm not here for selling anything, but just to say that this is crucial if we want to look for donors in private sector engagement. We need to present ideas that are culturally embedded. And to be culturally embedded, this is one possible way to go, especially if you're looking for impact funds, which is a huge fundraising trend, especially in Italy in these days. So this is something very responsible in terms of methodology that you can do if you want to diffuse this type of inclusive, frugal innovation in low-income communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Sorry for the pressure. So, Antonio, now it's your time. Very interesting, the principle of and the concept of frugal innovation and inclusive business. Thank you.
Are you calling? Efecto Verde. Yeah, it's there. The control. Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to thank because of this invitation. It's an honor to be here. I'm going to talk about this experience that it's a result of a master in sustainable urban planning that I took in 2006 at Ferrara University. This case is in Mexico City. I am from Mexico City, and we have here an image of how it used to be, the lake systems. And through the development of the city, we destroyed basically the environment. All those lakes were disappeared and they were covered by concrete and the city itself. So this is what used to be the lake, and now, well, we have huge problems. So when we talk about sustainability and how to regenerate the environment, I was thinking about, okay, what can we do? How can we translate those opportunities into actions, into that we could recover or make a better environment? So as we can see, we have here, well, some of the problems of the city: the air pollution, the pollution at the last remains of the lake. They're basically destroyed, and all the wastes that generates the city becomes a terrible problem. So from that, I designed and proposed this scheme that starting at 9 o'clock as a clock, taking the wastes that the city generates, make the recycling of the plastic, use it as a prime material to produce a modular system that we could apply to put and generate plants on roofs. The most and a massive project of regreening the city, and that gives name to the project, Green Effect. And what results could we take, or could we achieve from this action? Well, first it could be working on the last remain of the lake and giving it back its natural and its original purpose, which was to produce plants and vegetables. So, and from there, taking those containers into this area, remainings of the lake, which, by the way, it is a UNESCO site since 1987. And the best way to conserve and reactivate it is giving them jobs, introducing those wastes, those plastic wastes and all those waste that the city creates, translate it and or traduce them into an economic economic to the lake. So this is the general plan. So this is working with these people. How we can, the red zone you can see in the map, it's what the UNESCO called or named it's 1,400 hectares that we can reactivate, and potentially we can regreen the whole city, and as what I called an urban symbiosis, traducing those wastes through a foundation that I created in 2006. We can receive from industry donations of plastic and industrial wastes and give the tax deduction for those donations. Sell those wastes, and since a non-profit organization, put that money into the agriculture production in the remains of the lake, as we can see here, and help people who cannot afford the green roofs in their own houses. All this strategy comes out from a strategic plan, which comes from a strategic vision, which is a sustainable city, a model city, clean, etc. That it is traduced into strategic lines, strategic targets, and finally 51 actions. Up to now, we have concluded 9 actions, fully concluded, and we are working on 21 actions which are under process. This strategic plan, its vision to 2030 is to regenerate or cover with plants the 40% of this urban surface of the city. This is massive. This could be reactivating and regenerative project to Mexico City, which could we could, just in water, for example, if we achieve to do it, we could be capturing 52 million meters of water every year, which is, it's pretty much a lake instead of rainwater, I mean. So for doing this, of course, we need, after 10 years, to be able that this go in policy. In 2008, the norm of naturation, the green roof norm, came out in Mexico City, and it took me 10 years to convince them to include modular systems, and it just happened 3 months ago. So now these modular systems can be, it's part of the law, what means that for all the new buildings that required the permission to be constructed, they have to include green roofs, and they can use modular systems. Cuatro. Bene. I took some references of how it was made in the world. I will go really fast. The modular system and how it used, and I created this container made with 100% recycled plastic. It can storage 6 liters of water, and 6 containers cover 1 square meter. It is very practical, and anyone can put it in their own home. Well, this is how efficient it is. It's I was surprised. It's very efficient in terms of not allowing the heat to get inside the house. And I created a foundation and as well an enterprise. We have to be creative in order to push these ideas. So with the foundation, I convinced some banks to support the project, but as a company, I design, as we can see here, some green roofs that now are accepted and certified under the LEED certification. This is how it's seen. It doesn't need anything to be implemented. After a few months, plants grow, and they can these modulars capture the rainwater and water itself. And this is how we can transform. It's the same roof. So in offices, we can create and make a better place to stay, so they can take a break and they can eat, or they can have meetings in open spaces, and we can fight the island heat effect. Here we can see some projects that with schools, and some other fancy projects with for private universities, offices, with the help of some banks to what I call the green marketing. So in order to made it to get the money from banks, what I did is, okay, you give me 1 million, but I give you 3 million in non-paid press presence on press, because by calling, and it was very, well, it's new, it was very new in Mexico. I'm talking about 12 years ago. Well, it took a few years later. And doing some kind of these things that collaborating, explaining people what can they grow, especially vegetables, so we can achieve as well what the UN call not only green roofs in order to go against the island heat effect, but as well to produce their own vegetables. And it gives therapy for mental fatigue, which the more we have the contact with nature, I'm talking about the real poor areas in Mexico where there's no plants, no trees. We have the necessity to have contact with plants. So I did these events in public squares, so people can come and take and learn how to grow vegetables. And well, this is the biggest intervention, green intervention in the main square in Mexico City that it has taken under and people, they just had to take a small lesson in order to get the donation of the plant. So it was a very short time, but it's a. I hope I gave you a good idea of what the project is. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. So we have 3 more presentations, but if there are some questions for Lucia or Antonio, we can spend some minutes in this. Please, Roberto.
I want to make a very short comment on the presentation from Lucia, because her presentation suggests that we must be rigorous in a way, in the sense that we can be very creative in inventing something that can be transferred or in a form of a new technology or a new solution. But it's important that we are aware that there are many dimensions, especially when we are dealing people different from us, okay, in terms of experts from the north and recipient in the south. Let me use this simplification. So we have to understand the framework in which we do actions. So I think it's very important and interesting in the methodological framework that Lucia has presented, because it demonstrates that we can do in a way business, but a certain kind of business in a certain way, and in a way that can be very satisfactory, especially for those receiving, but also for those giving. Okay, so this is my main comment, because I think it's an important message.
Can I say something?
Yes, okay. Shortly.
Yeah, very shortly this time. No, yes, this is, thanks for saying that. I'm a great fan of methodology in doing this type of initiatives, not because I want to end up in university type of jobs, but just because I think that it's crucial to have it at the beginning of any type of initiatives in low-income communities, if you really want to measure impacts in the end. So as long as also the conception phase of any type of these initiatives is methodologically rigorous, as much as it can be, then you can really measure tangible impacts, intangible or tangible impacts on the mid or long run. So this is like an important aspect to highlight. And if you want to know more about that, I'm obviously here available.
So thank you, Lucia. Is there, please?
Well, to Antonio, I really like your project, and I just want to say that in the Netherlands there are also renaturing initiatives where people are being asked to well, to lift up the tiles and to put nature back in their garden, and also sort of roof initiatives. And the motivation for that is that it absorbs rainwater, because we have lots of rainwater and big rivers. So it's actually also a climate adaptation measure. It helps also get heat waves, but I think the heat waves we have in the Netherlands are less than the ones in Mexico. So you may have also some export possibilities there. Or
That's great.
Of course, I take the word. I didn't mention, but each container can capture 6 liters from rain. And since there are 6 containers by square meter, it's 36 liters by square meter that instead of going to the waste, they're captured by the system and they are reabsorbed in order to be returned to the environment and of course to water the plant. So it's the highest rank for a naturation system in the world. And yes, it's patented, and I surely would like to bring it to Europe soon.
Last question. Unfortunately, we have 3 more presentations. Sorry. Yeah, no, it was.
From Iclay. Also, to Antonio, fantastic project. I was really very impressed. Just 2 practical questions, and another one basically practical question is like, so what you're saying in terms of maintenance, you don't need to water, it's only through rainwater. And second question, practical, is weight an issue? Because if you have all these modules on it and with the rainwater, because my understanding was that heat waves, as René was mentioning, you have more, it's not like as rainy as here in Brussels, or, so I wonder in terms also of maintenance. And the second is, are you collaborating also in this regard with other cities in the south? Or in
south of what?
In the south, let's say in hotter areas, or with other big cities.
Yeah.
Just
outside Mexico. Okay. Well, it is designed to have the lowest maintenance. For green roofs, we work. I don't know if we can go back, but I worked with the National University in order to select the succulent plants, or original from Mexico, that they can survive up to 4 months without watering. Okay, so in which allows the project in order that it doesn't need additional water than the rain. Okay, but it is different if you want to grow vegetables. Then you will have to water it a little bit. But yes, it is designed. The characteristics of the container allows as well the air to blow below it, in order so it doesn't affect the functionality of the roof of the building. As well, it has a system that it doesn't allow the substrate to come out of the container in case of a very strong rain. We have very strong rains during the rain season in Mexico City. So it could be a problem if the substrate comes out, because for the building, but it's solved. And no, the last part, yes, I have done a few projects in the coast. Actually, I did some modifications to the container in order to not to allow mosquitoes to get into the storage of the water, because I didn't think about it when I designed it, but when I came to some heat areas, of course people told me about it and I corrected it, but it works well.
There was another question. Probably we have.
Oh yeah, if Lucia can show some sort of examples. I don't know if you have any picture of the actual designs.
Not in this presentation. presentation, but I have it here in my computer, so later I can show you the object for sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucia.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Now, yes, you leave. Now we have Nicole and the case from Venice. People. Nicole.
And Brussels.
And Brussels, but non abbiamo.
Okay.
Forse sì, lo. We have to. How many? And Brussels, yeah, but Metrolab, but. So now we have the presentation of Nicole Pistelli. Nicole Pistelli is a marine bio engineer, and she was studying in the Master Ecopolis, and then she is working and teaching in Brazil. Please. Come? Sì, no, puoi fare anche qui,
I nomi, non ci sono i nomi.
No, non ci sono i nomi, non c'è niente. Nobody's taking care about this panel, so please sit down and then you make your presentation, your personal presentation.
We understood, so
Maybe? No, I'm sorry, but I was waiting for your name.
That's why.
Yeah. So Nicole, you can go.
Hello, I will thank you for the invitation, particularly Gianfranco, Franz, my tutor for PhD, and I will present a case study in Brazil. The case study is my PhD thesis result, and okay. Throughout Brazilian history, besides the indigenous, some groups were relatively isolated. No, Brazil is a big country. It's like a continental size. And this population have developed particular ways of life that involves dependence of natural cycles, deep knowledge of biological cycles and natural resources, heritage technologies, symbologies and myths, and specific language. And I will talk about inclusive social policy for these peoples. The traditional communities in Brazil have a varied ethnic, racial, and cultural composition. You can see the different communities from Northeast Brazil, South Brazil, North Brazil, the fishermen, the name was Jangadeiros, the first one, the Caiçaras, the second one, and the Açorianos, the third one. We had the Quilombolas, the origin from the slavery in Brazil, the indigenous, and the artisanal fishermen. Besides this variety of culture things, one thing they have in common: sustainable ways of production and use of fisheries resources of inland waters bodies, coastal waters, and ocean. They traditionally practice the blue economy. However, keeping this practice is not an easy task. Unfortunately, these communities face many problems. You can see there, the first one, the shrimp farms, and the access of land, the mangrove areas, to collect some fisheries resources. The second one is the big disaster of Mariana that we had with the San Marco, and a lot of fish dead, and a big disaster of environmental in this area was Minas Gerais and Espírito Santo. And a lot of new hydroelectric plants and other constructions in Brazil in the middle of the Amazon, like Belo Monte, and the rivers there are dry. And all these environmental risks, the main cause of the vulnerability of these communities is the lack of recognition of the territories traditionally occupied by them for generations. You can see a lot of conflicts here. The first community is indigenous from Xingu, that was, they have a lot of pressure of the agribusiness, or Minister of Agriculture, oh, sorry, had a lot of, cultivation of soya and everything. The second one is a Quilombola community that have a recognition of his land. It was like a big conquest in Brazil, but Brazil had laws of formal recognition and demarcation of territories inland. And the recognition of the traditional territory and public waters we don't have. Was a big problem of conflict with the communities who use the ocean and the inland body of waters. For almost 11 years, the Fishermen Association made a lot of manifestation to request the recognition of the water territories for the fishery and aquaculture in Brazil. And here I start my study, in PhD at Ferrara. Was like a partnership for innovation in social environmental policies. The Brazilian government had financed this study. The execution was from FAO, and the research I did in University of Ferrara. And the result of this job, was the regulation of the recognition of the water territories for traditional communities in Brazil. The name of this policy is Areas of Priority, a blue economy policy for aquaculture in Brazil. When we speak about aquaculture, always think in big farms and a lot of environment impact, but the areas of priority is exclusive for traditional people, and the areas don't be allowed to have more than 2 hectares of hatchery, and in this case is like a inclusive policy of production in fish resources. The areas of priority for aquaculture in public waters, where the priority will be given to traditional populations members attended by social inclusion programs. Okay. Now I have some photos, because this work was like 5 years of project, and I was in all Brazilian coast to construct with the communities this policy in a way of the participation of all these groups. We can see there an oyster farm in a preserved area in northeast Brazil. There is another fisherman community in South Brazil. That one is a mussel collector in North Brazil. Another one is a algae here in Northeast Brazil. The woman did this production for scholar food. And the another photo is a recognition area in South Brazil. The other one is a presentation of priority areas in São Paulo. The other one is an oyster collector in South Brazil, Paraná. The other one is a meeting with a community of jangadeiros in Rio Grande do Norte. And here is a little schema of all the process for the constructed, the normative, the regulation of these recognition water territory. No, first I did all this percourse with the communities to listen what they want and they need, and after we coordinate and formulate a blue economy policy inside of the Ministry of Fishery and Aquaculture in Brazil. After we build a national ownership of blue economy policy formulation process. All the process we constructed with the communities. The step 4, we identify and make our prioritization of actions in Brazil. After we design a blue economy policy, and in 6, we implementation the policy with the formalization of this proposed, and now we are monitoring and evaluating this policy. But I have to say that I'm a little sad because the future in Brazil, we don't know about the traditional communities because it's a minority. No, this was a minority rights, and at least we had a lot of manifestation of the agribusiness association like this. No, the big aquaculture fish farms, and our National Confederation of Agriculture asked for the revocation of the regulation for traditional communities. And now we have the new president that that agree with this position. No, and I hope the policy go ahead, but we really don't know. We don't have the Minister of Fishery anymore, and now we have to wait to see what will be our future of aquaculture in these traditional communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And now we have a very different presentation, urban planning, urban domain, thanks to Claudia Faraone from the University of Venice, UAV, and the University of Padua, and Andrea Bortolotti, Metrolab, and the University of Bruxelles.
Claudia Faraone, yes. But there was a problem also in the program, the last version. Okay. But, for example, here is right, so...
So in the program there is another name, but the speaker is Claudia Faraone. Open the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. This is just due to the fact that what I'm going to present is a group research made by 5 researchers, and so let's say there was a misunderstanding on the name of who was going to present, that's all. But basically I can introduce myself, and in this way we can save some time. I'm Claudia Faraone, I'm a trained architect and I specialized in urbanism. I was lucky to be part of this research that was a joint effort between 3 universities from Veneto region in the northern eastern part of Italy, and it was a 1-year research founded by the European Social Fund, the ESF, and was dealing with the case studies, as I said, in the Veneto region, and specifically in the Venice metropolitan area. Do we have a presentation now? Yes, perfect. Thank you. The research was dealing with urban regeneration processes, economic stimulation, and social innovation. And let's say that today we tried the exercise also to decline our observations within the general framework of urban metabolism, also in order to, because we found there were many aspects that could address the main topics you were dealing with within inno4sd net. As I said, we were 5 researchers. 4 of us are here today, between them Giulio Pedrini, Valentina Bonello, and Luca Nicoletto. We are coming from different fields: urban planning, economics, anthropology, and mobility engineering. And moreover, the research involved 12 partners among companies and business. Sorry. I forgot to go on with the slides. Companies, institutions, and that were acting both as operative partners and network partners. So let's say some were much more involved in the research procedure and outputs, while others were more there just to have a technological and knowledge transfer. As I said, the research case study was Porto Marghera, more precisely the areas in between the industrial site and urban settlements. Porto Marghera, whose centennial was last year, is the industrial and harbour area of Venice metropolitan area. It is important to say a few words regarding how Porto Marghera was initiated and its nature. It is the outcome of a national industrial policy put forward at the beginning of the 20th century, and profiting from a favorable local condition in which several interests gathered around common objectives, and in which there was an agreement among local and national politics, industrial groups and interests willing to invest in the area, and development policies starting at the national levels and enabling national industry to settle in those areas through fiscal exemptions and infrastructure developments. Leading industrial sectors of in Porto Marghera have always been chemicals, petrochemicals, aluminium, and shipbuilding. Throughout the century, they produced growth and long-term job creation, while on the other hand, they caused massive pollution and related problems of public health, work safety, and water and soil pollution. This unsustainable productive system has led to a transition process towards other forms of production and economies. This transition is more evident and advanced in some of the areas of the industrial zone, while in others we observe the permanence of traditional manufacturing productions, although through a conversion to more environmentally conscious processes. Using the lens of urban metabolism, we recognize a shift, as you can see in the slide, from a past condition we defined old manufacturing ecosystem that moved to current condition we labeled as seeds of a new metabolism that is more related to surrounding urban systems and grounded on knowledge-based activities. Those are characterized by the elements listed below, and that we are going to explore more in deep in the next slides. The spatialization of all the activities contributing to those two different metabolisms has a clear configuration that comes out from this map. And as you can see, the map shows how new activities are catalyzed along the borders of the industrial sites, while the traditional ones keeps on being localized in the core of the area. And this was part of our research outcomes. Looking at the economic structure of this transition, our findings have been threefold. In sectoral change in the most recent years, with high growth of knowledge-intensive base service industry, the so-called KIBS. In the reduction of the firm average size, in jobs transformations from specialized industrial-related occupation to new jobs requiring high-skilled workers. As you can see from the charts here, that are also three-dimensional and that are showing, as I was saying, the second point, the reduction of the firm average size. From the urban point of view, the urban transformation has been left to market-driven laissez-faire or far-sighted entrepreneurs, while the public coordinating action has been missing. Considering the extension of the areas, because we are talking about at least 2,000 hectares, this absence has produced a landscape of inertia and abandonment, and that you can see from the pictures, and thus leaving unanswered the urban questions arising from the changes I was listing before in economic structure. And in terms of local accessibility, public mobility, everyday life, spatial qualities, and services to employees and more in general to city users. No plans or common strategy are being put forward, but there is a multitude of actions that are not coordinated by a comprehensive general vision, and in this way not enabling the possibility for those seeds that we recognize for a new urban metabolism that is also more sustainable, for them to grow and to flourish. This situation is making this fragile system, as we said, that is catalyzing along the borders, and that we call an intermediate territory, and that is made up by different stakeholders and what we call the actors of urban change. As I said, this fragile system is being endangered by other fast-growing, space-intensive and rent-seeking economies, such as touristic and logistic ones, which are neither adding value nor generating significant knowledge spillover within the local ecosystem. If we think, for example, to the close by Venice Island that is attracting a lot of touristic mass tourist fluxus, or if we think about all the harbor area that was reconverted to logistic for logistic purpose. Okay, thank you. For this constellation of actors related to Porto Marghera urban transformation that we interviewed, today we brought you the description of a representative one, also in order to show you part of the approach, methodology, and the kind of outcomes our research produced. That is the case of the public-led transformation of a chemical production plant, the former Agrimont, into the so-called Vega, Venice Gateway, that is a technological scientific park that supposedly should have hosted advanced tertiary activities with a specialization in nanotechnologies. It is an urban compartment realized in the 90s in the area of the first industrialization of Porto Marghera, and it has a strategic position close to the lagoon border between Venice Island and the mainland city, next to the principal nodes of public and private mobility. Nowadays, it is partially unused or underused. Nevertheless, it hosts 200 enterprises and with 2,000 employees. Over the years, the activities of the advanced tertiary sectors have gradually been discontinued and have been replaced by social, cultural, and inclusive manufacturing activities. Of this trend, we collected many situations. For example, Ca' Foscari Challenge School, the postgraduate master supplier that has settled here, a rehearsal and concert hall for modern music, and social cooperative working with prisoners and producing bags from recycled advertisement billboards. This mixity among advanced tertiary sociocultural services and manufacturing and the growing link with the areas on the northern part of the lagoon edge tell us of further future bottom-up regeneration processes. I'm finished. One last remark. And then from the interviews we made, what strongly emerged is the need for the activities to have better quality of everyday life spaces, and the role played by public and collective spaces into multiplying interrelations and work collaboration among firms. While the other key aspect we registered that gives the title to our contribution to the discussion today is the flourishing through these collaborations of activities trying to shift production from immaterial knowledge based to the physicality of manufacturing marked by certain distinctive features, digitalized, customized, and inclusive. That is all. We brought you also a small excerpt from the video, let's say, the visual ethnography we put forward, but we are not going to show it since my time is finished. And also we can go in deep and clarify some of the aspect of our research during the discussion time. I thank you very much for your attention and for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will present a short study that we have carried on at the Faculty of Architecture of the ULB here in Brussels. And my name is Andrea Bortolotti, and I'm a researcher, and I conducted this research with my colleagues from the faculty. So it was commissioned by the Brussels Environmental Agency on the issue of bio-waste management on the region of Brussels. So maybe who lives here knows the fact that we are in a city region of 19 municipalities, and that waste is a matter of regional administration. it's quite a hot topic, the issue of biowaste, since both the regional plan for circular economy and the European, which is withdrawn by the European Circular Economy Package, foreseen the separate collection of biowaste up to, starting from until 2023. So it opened a question for us as urbanists about the fact that urban waste is increasingly seen as a resource that can be managed in a profitable manner, and it opened up prospects of urban mining. So the idea of that the city, the accumulation of metabolic flows and stock in the city can enter a new cycle of valorization. So what we have done, we proposed an exercise of studying different flows of streams of biowaste, mapping it at the level, at the scale of the region, and figuring out some possible solution and schemes for collecting it in the city. So just to going straight forward, we are speaking of a flow which is quite important. So in the residual waste, the municipal residual waste, which in Brussels is the white bag, is estimated that almost half of the content is organic. So it's matter mainly composed by water, carbonaceous matter, which is incinerated at present. So it's water which is sent to an incineration with very low calorific value. For that reason, new project for the collection and treatment, separate collection and treatment of organic waste, has been put in place by the regional administration since 2016. But still, it's a very an early stage. It collects only a few 8,000 tons, which is treated outside the region. So it's an issue. And there is also a certain amount of garden waste which is collected and treated instead in the Brussels region at the regional composting. So there is this question of what the region might, how the region might keep itself to manage this organic waste. But mainly for us, it was interesting to understand how much of this organic waste is produced in the region, since it is unknown, since it's not collected. And who is producing it the most, what to do with that. So we start with a classification of land use and activities, urban activities in the region, which might engender the production of bio-waste. So the most common are households, schools, working space, hospital, fresh food markets, hotels, supermarkets. We did a classification of all these activities, urban activities, which generate the most of food and kitchen waste. So we are speaking about food and kitchen waste mainly. And the areas, the green areas, which are mainly household gardens and regional parks, which produce biomass, green waste from the maintenance of these spaces. And after the classification has been used to localize these activities in the cities. So this is quite a work which has been built starting from the land uses of the regional, which show more or less the localization of the larger public parks, green areas. On orange, the most residential area in the city center, and along the canal, the tertiary areas or mainly productive areas, which clearly have different rates of bio-waste generation. And to forecast, to estimate this amount of bio-waste, so we have started from statistical data about everything that was relevant to understand how much bio-waste could have been produced by these actors, and mixing, let's say, crossing the unit of habitants, for instance, number of youth, students, employees, beds in schools, with the ratio of bio-waste which each of these units might produce, to come out with a total amount, which is for the region, but also disaggregate for each actors, which is quite useful for the public administration to understand which streams is the most important to target and to address. And especially this has also led us to make this map about the intensity of production always in the region. We are speaking about the ideal potential stock of biowaste which is produced. This has been built starting from the minimal statistical units of the Brussels region, which show more or less where the concentration of both this is food waste is produced, so mainly in the residential area. The households are the largest producer, and the garden waste, which is most concentrated in all the peripheral areas where there are larger residential units with gardens. But we also have questioned how much of this stock might be collected, because not all clearly it's collected. There are many reasons which affect the collection of biowaste, which is communication problems, infrastructural problems, so having the possibility to collect several times during the week the municipal waste, and errors in sorting, household engagement. There are many reasons. We have kept one of the, which is the most straightforward, is the relation between the density of a city and the amount of bio-waste which is produced. So we came out with the constatation that the lowest density implies higher bio-waste collection, because of the literature also shows how the amount, let's say, bigger spaces, bigger houses, bigger and more high-income neighborhood reach higher level of bio-waste collection, because of simply maybe a question of having the space to stock this quite problematic matter in the house. So we came out with an average of, which is the green dots, an average of bio-waste, which is not the same of which is produced, but is an average of around 50 kilos per inhabitants per year of bio-waste that could be collected in Brussels. And this also to give a dimension, a magnitude of the quantity that the municipality might have to collect in the next year. Yes, I will almost close. So again, with the specialization of this bio-waste production also brought us to identify certain zones which are homogeneous for density and morphology and land use activities. We can identify some areas that might be addressed differently by the region. Easily here it's shown the hypercenter, the high density, middle and low density areas. And we have discussed all this with the several stakeholders that were involved in these studies. So not only the university, but also some NGOs which are engaged in home and community composting, as well as the regional waste agency and environmental agency. Just to discuss about, so we were all around this map, just to discuss about, to open up perspective of how might the region, the people be engaged, the community, the association, the regional administration might engage different innovative way of collecting and treating and valorizing it. So we have opened up perspective which goes not only from the collection but also touch the prevention and the many programs which are in place now in Brussels, like the Good Food project, which aim at reducing as much as possible food waste generation, or implement much more food recovery projects to intercept these flows of food which otherwise would be wasted, up to a more decentralized solution for all these areas, which in fact are those which produce more of bio-waste, so the low density, large housing unit with gardens, which have also the garden waste, which can find alternative ways of treating at the smaller scale, community scale, this bio-waste through home composting and this has also been useful to open up perspective at this co-create project, also led by the faculty, which has built up some living labs with the actors in the city, which are looking for alternative ways to manage these flows of waste. I don't know if I can stop here. I just to tell you that we have we have just provided, because that is not enough, clearly those are very small initiatives of social innovation which deal with with little amount of waste, which clearly does not cover all the magnitude of the regional byways. So the region also is interested in finding some different option, is questioning how we can treat the most of this stream of waste, which anyhow will be produced. And so we have helped them to figure out different scenarios which look at the possibility of treating them by larger industrial units through the anaerobic digester or industrial composting. And just to say that we enter into the detail of data and provide them with quite precise amounts of biowaste that could be treated differently. I'm not entering into the different scenario, and that's it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And we have 3 different cases, local cases. One about environment and minorities and food, and 2 cases about urban regeneration or circular urban economics. So I suggest you to make some questions and discussion. Please, Lucia.
Yes, thank you. So my question builds on the conclusion of the first panelist presentation on the potential problems of this alternative political direction that in Brazil is taking roots in these weeks. So how could we protect, if you want, our projects, the frontiers that we are investigating from this type of political scenarios, this type of black swan, if you want to call them like that. So is there any way for providing to our projects a little bit of flexibility in case these new political scenarios could really limit the application, especially if you are dealing with marginal stakeholders, like in that case, tribes, local tribes, or any other type of fringe stakeholder? Thank you.
Please.
It's hard to say, no, but I think with these changes, the solution is look for another look for another partnerships. Because I think the government now, we didn't firm the international conventions of biodiversity and everything. I think it was like a external partnership in Brazil for develop this project, like aquaculture without boundaries and everything. The scenario now in Brazil is, I don't know, is like not clear right now. The political change will happen, I think. And we can do some project with these minorities, but make policies, I don't think it's possible right now. No project, yes, but new policies of these minorities, I don't think it's possible.
Please.
Hello, my name is Pierre Menger. I'm working in Technalia. I'm also part of the project inno4sd. I had a question on the case of Venice. I was wondering, how far do you think, if you have the information, how far is the contaminated land, which is in the area, very extended, and I assume very high concentrations of chemicals in the ground. We have faced in Bilbao 2 decades ago a similar problem, and the issue of contaminated land has been solved, however, maybe not in the best way, the most sustainable way, because mainly it consisted in excavating soil and landfilling the soil. So we have actually just displaced the problem to another site. Do you have any idea, or is there a plan on how you want to address in general? I know there are very specific cases and different kinds of contaminations and different kind of uses which can be allowed depending on residual contamination, but is there a general idea on how you will reach sustainability in regenerating these contaminated land and abandoned land? I understand still abandoned.
Let's say that also in this case, the idea is quite fragmented, and also the action and the findings. So there has been some parts of the polluted soil that has been covered with the tombamento, on top of which has been an urban park has been developed. And for all the other areas that are, let's say, larger and in the part of the arbor areas, there has been made marginamenti, that is blocking the percolation of the water within the lagoon water, and but this process has stopped, and now they achieved only to contain half of the perimeter they wanted to contain. And for what concerns the other technique they want to use is the one of, as you said, to make the treatment of the ground, maybe, basically. But this is something that is still on the process, because let's say at the governmental level there is no decision making for the moment for this area. So this is the big issue. There has been several government addressing this issue in different ways. There has been a pact made by former president called Matteo Renzi with the mayor, the current mayor. But now that government changed, also the let's say this topic and this subject has become less a priority. So for the moment, this is the main problem. On the other hand, within the municipality, we have the Observatory of Porto Marghera, and they are still in the process, for example, of conceiving a format for a contract to give the land that has already been restored to other to enterprises and to the private sector. And also, no, I forgot what I wanted to say. Anyhow, this is the main question now. So let's say that for the moment, the recovering of the polluted land is on standby.
Other questions? No? I suggest to Massimiliano Mazzanti to give some criticizing.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to be the role of a silent rapporteur, but okay, I can say something. Okay, so I really thank Gianfranco Franz for the very good job and all the speakers. Very effective panel, I think. Just one comment. I don't want to conclude, but I cannot conclude, and I will try to summarize what we have discussed today in following my former role in the next future, by 10 days, I guess. Just a couple of comments. The first is very simple. What we have discussed today and in this meeting highlights a very clear fact in economics, political economy, innovation studies, regional studies. The role that innovation and innovation for sustainability is largely driven by internal sources, but mainly by external ones. social capital, networking, cooperation, spillovers. Okay, so more and more research and policy making should investigate, the focus on the role of external forces. And the more complex the challenge is, climate change, waste reduction, and other challenges. And evidence shows us that firms, agents, consumers need to imitate others, to receive examples, and so it's not just cooperation; it's also seeing what others are doing, and also policies. We have policies in our boundaries, but also policies that other agents implement. So it is really something. Provocative thought in the second one. I may be wrong, but it's something I'm sharing with students, with colleagues. It is a comment on a possible cognitive lock-in we do have, which we still have. Very briefly, we have urbanization, globalization, and those kind of spillovers, more and more exchanges, knowledge exchanges. The thought is, we do have countries, okay? In research, we use data about countries, are available, okay, easier maybe. But we have national elections, okay, which are fine. We do need national elections. But more and more, and this is a suggestion for researchers, for policymakers, for politics as well. Countries don't really matter. That's the cognitive lock-in when we deal, and here knowledge transfer exchanges. And beyond countries, we have, the global level. So the unit of analysis is the bridge, bridges in between. What's in between countries? Okay. Still, policies are implemented taking into account boundaries. Okay. And we know that, for example, sustainable consumption and production is about it. But still, policies are Italy, UK, France. Okay. And so we have. With a lot of problems, due to the localization, knowledge transfer, technological transfer, spillovers. That's the problem. Beyond countries, we also have, and we had many examples. Maybe we know the role of regions. I'm not saying a new thing. So we know the role of regions, of cities, but maybe we are not really aware, or we're not implementing these relevance. Europe. I was searching for a map of Europe in terms of regions. Okay, you have around. Okay, which is a better kind of. Okay, regions, cities, areas. Okay, so a map which is not just the old-fashioned countries, okay? That's my impression. But so we have the global level, the local level, and countries in between. But the transfer issue is moved my thoughts about this necessity of enlarging. Okay. So again, thank you very much, and to all of you.
Thank you, Massimiliano. Thank you to everybody. Just a few words to close the panel. I think that knowledge and technology transfer is positive, is really strategic. And sometimes, and just because I'm working in this scale, I think it's very important to accompany the big processes of technology or knowledge transfer with big money, with big companies, and the EU is really concentrating on this. Also with small cases, small project implementing policies for small and local development. Is it possible? is not a problem if the political change are stopping a program or stopping a process. Politics is always changing, so left and right, right and left. I think it's very important to reach an achievement, to reach a goal, and then probably this goal is going underwater for some years, but we have memory about this thing. Or just it's the case of Venice. Venice or Naples in Italy with huge contaminated sites. Okay, the process started 20 years ago. We didn't were able to end the process, but we go on. Or the case of Antonio, I think in Mexico, a very small, stupid basket can change the critical situation in a really very important city, probably one of the biggest in the world. So it's very important how a very small idea, that is a great idea, but very, very small idea can be implemented by one person, just making network, etc. So I think it's very important to improve knowledge transfer, both in the big scale and the small case. Thank you very much.
Gianfranco, thank you very much. All this talk of food and food waste leads us beautifully on to the fact that there is a lunch for us all to share. Just to check one thing. After lunch, we're going to have a very interactive session where we're really trying to draw together maybe some of the key emerging messages from this symposium, maybe some recommendations as we push ahead, try to pull those together. It's going to be a pretty lively session, and we expect probably to finish about 3:30, so a little bit earlier. I just need to get accurate numbers of who is with us for that most important session of the entire symposium as we draw the strands together. So could I have a show of hands if you are staying through to 3:30? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's a modest number. Anyone else?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. If you're not staying, you're not allowed to have lunch. No, not true. Anyway, relax, have lunch. I'd still like to try and start about 1:30. So, and I think we've only got a light lunch, so we'll aim for 1:30. So we do finish promptly on time, so you can get back to your worlds of work and implement all the learnings you have. So once again, Gianfranco, thank you very much indeed, and we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. you joining the final session?